Good evening, adventurer. Welcome back to the warmth. You wake slowly, naturally, in room 1 of the Steam and Stein. The morning sun warms your face. You stretch beneath the quilts, feeling completely rested. Every hit point restored. You dress, check your gear, and head downstairs. The common room smells of fresh bread and wood smoke. Orin slides a plate across the bar as you sit. Morning, hero. Finnegan left this for you. It's a berry-filled hand pie, flaky and perfect. You eat while Orin pours you tea. If you're looking for work, Orin says, Brom at the Ironheart Forge is asking for you. You finish breakfast, thank him, and step outside into the crisp autumn morning. Highhearth glows with color, the mountain towering above. You walk toward the rhythmic clang of hammer on anvil. The Ironheart Forge radiates heat, even from a distance. Brom Anvil Song, the Dwarven Smith, is working a piece of glowing steel. He sets his hammer down when you approach, wiping soot from his brow. You're the one who fixed the steam vents, he says. Good. I have a commission, a warming lantern for the Elder's cottage, but I'm out of Ember Root. Ember Root, you ask. Brom leads you to his workbench, showing you a small vial of orange powder. This is the last of it. See how it glows. It's a magical plant that grows in the whispering pines. The roots store heat like a battery. I need 3 intact roots, each at least this thick. He holds up his thumb, but here's the catch. They only grow in very specific conditions. He unrolls a hand-drawn map on his anvil. The parchment is old, edges worn from years of use. The pines are old, older than Highhearth. The trees are massive, and the ember roots grow in their hollows, but only on the northern side where the sunlight is indirect. They need shadow, moisture, and ancient wood. He taps 3 locations on the map with a sooty finger. I've marked the groves where they used to grow, but it's been years since I've gone myself. My knees aren't what they were. He looks at you seriously. The roots are delicate. If you damage them during harvest, they lose their heat. You need to dig carefully around them, sever the taproot cleanly, and keep them wrapped in damp cloth. Can you do this? You study the map, committing the landmarks to memory. A forked lightning tree, a standing stone covered in moss, a pool fed by a waterfall. I can. Good. Brom hands you a leather tool roll. Inside is a small folding spade with a worn wooden handle, a sharp harvesting knife with a curved blade, and several damp cloths that smell of clean water. Take these and take your time. Rushing ruins everything. The forest will test your patience. Listen to it. You accept the tools, secure them in your pack, and set out. The weight feels right on your shoulders. Purposeful, the eastern trail leads away from the village, winding through open meadows where wildflowers still bloom despite the autumn chill. You pass farmers working their fields, turning soil for winter. They wave as you go by. A child chasing chickens stops to watch you, eyes wide with curiosity. You pass a small shrine to Sylvanus, decorated with fresh wildflowers and carved wooden animals. Someone has left an offering of acorns and honey. You pause here, placing your hand on the weathered stone. You whisper a quiet prayer for safe passage. The stone feels warm beneath your palm, as if acknowledging you. The air grows cooler as you approach the tree line. You can see where the meadow ends and the forest begins. There's a visible change in the light, the temperature, even the quality of the air. You take a deep breath, adjusting your pack, and step beneath the canopy. The whispering pines earn their name immediately. The moment you cross the threshold, you hear it. A constant, gentle susurration as wind moves through millions of needles. It sounds almost like voices, soft and distant, like the forest is speaking in a language just beyond understanding. Some say if you listen long enough, you can hear your name. The trees are enormous. Their trunks are wider than oxen, bark thick and deeply grooved with age. Some of these trees were saplings when the village was first founded. Others are older still, ancient when the first humans came to this valley. You place your hand on one trunk, feeling the rough texture, the solid permanence of it. The sunlight filters down in scattered beams, illuminating floating motes of pollen and dust. Everything is carpeted in thick, springy moss. Your footsteps make almost no sound. It's like walking on a mattress. The silence is profound, but not oppressive. It's the silence of a sleeping giant, peaceful and vast. The air smells rich, pine resin sharp and clean, damp earth loamy and fertile, mushrooms earthy and complex, and something else, something you can't quite name. Something green and alive and ancient. Magic. You pull out Brom's map, orienting yourself by the sun. The light comes from the south, filtering through the canopy at an angle. The first grove is northeast, about a 20-minute walk if the path is clear. You fold the map carefully and tuck it into your belt pouch where you can reach it easily. You begin moving, keeping alert but not anxious. This forest is peaceful, but it's also wild. You're a guest here. The rules are different beneath these trees. As you walk, you notice the details that make this place special. Mushrooms grow in clusters at the bases of trees. Some glow faintly blue with an inner light, pulsing like slow heartbeats. Others are bright red with white spots, exactly like illustrations from fairy tales. You recognize them from your studies. The blue ones are Feywild remnants, manifestations of magical energy. Harmless. The red ones are pixie caps, also harmless, but favored by small fey creatures. Sometimes pixies use them as umbrellas or tables. You're in a place where the boundary between worlds is thin. The material plane and the Feywild overlap here. You feel it in the air, in the way light seems to shimmer at the edges of your vision, in the way sounds carry strangely, in the feeling that you're being watched, but not by anything hostile, just observed. A deer crosses your path about 50 feet ahead. It pauses, turning its head to look at you with liquid dark eyes. You freeze immediately, making yourself as non-threatening as possible. You lower your gaze slightly, a sign of respect in animal language. The deer watches you for a long moment, ears swiveling. Then it flicks its ears, decides you're safe, and continues grazing on the moss. As it turns, you notice something beautiful. Small white flowers are tangled in its antlers, blooming despite being cut from their roots. The deer is definitely Fae-touched, a good sign. Fae creatures are attracted to good intentions and pure hearts. They avoid those who bring harm. You continue deeper into the forest. The trees grow even larger here. Some are so wide that 3 people couldn't wrap their arms around them even if they tried. You see carved symbols on some trunks. Old ranger marks, weathered by time but still visible. A circle with a dot means water nearby. 3 lines mean safe camping. A triangle with a line through it means danger, though the mark is so old you wonder what danger it referred to. Long gone now, whatever it was. After 15 minutes, you hear running water. The sound is musical, peaceful. Following it, you find a small stream cutting through the forest. The water is crystal clear, flowing over smooth stones worn round by centuries of current. Small fish dart in the shallows. Silver flashes in the dappled sunlight. You kneel at the stream's edge, cupping your hands to drink. The water is shockingly cold, making your teeth ache, but it tastes incredible, sweet and clean, with a faint mineral taste that speaks of deep mountain springs. You drink deeply, feeling the cold spread through your chest. Then you refill your water skin, grateful for the find. Fresh water in a forest like this is a blessing. You notice something interesting. Small stones in the streambed are arranged in patterns. Not natural patterns, but deliberate ones. Circles and spirals. Fae markings. You smile. The forest's inhabitants are playful, not threatening. Another good sign. You follow the stream for a few minutes, enjoying its company. Then you consult Brom's map again. The first grove should be just ahead, marked by the forked lightning tree. You scan the forest, looking up. There, a massive pine tree, its top split in 2 by some ancient lightning strike. The 2 halves have grown separately since then, creating a distinctive fork visible even from ground level. You found your landmark. The first grove is exactly where Brom marked it. You recognize it immediately, a circle of ancient oaks, their branches intertwining overhead to create a natural cathedral. The canopy is so thick here that the light is dim and green. The northern sides of the trunks are thick with moss, hanging in long beards. The air is noticeably cooler and damper. Perfect conditions for Ember Root. You begin your search, moving slowly around the grove's perimeter. You're looking for hollows on the northern side, places where the bark has grown around old wounds or natural cavities. You check the first tree carefully, running your hands over the bark, feeling for openings. Nothing. You move to the second tree. Nothing. The third tree has a hollow, but it's too high up and faces the wrong direction. On the fourth tree, you find what you need. A hollow at the base of the largest oak, about 2 feet off the ground. And inside, visible even from a distance, a soft orange glow. Ember Root. You kneel, setting down your pack carefully. You pull out Brom's tools, laying them out on a flat stone. The spade, the knife, the damp cloths, everything organized and ready. You take a moment to center yourself. Rushing ruins everything. The hollow is surrounded by a tangle of thorny vines. Wild blackberry by the look of the leaves. The thorns are long and sharp, evolved to protect the plant from browsing deer. This is the first test. You could force your way through, but that might damage the root. Instead, you need patience. You use the harvesting knife to carefully cut away the vines, one at a time. Each cut is deliberate, precise. You cut close to the base, removing the obstacle without destroying the plant unnecessarily. The vines fall away, and you stack them neatly to the side. The thorns have taught you respect. After several minutes of careful work, you've created a clear path to the hollow. Your hands are scratched, but not badly. Small price. Inside the hollow, the ember root grows from a bed of rich, dark soil. The root itself is about as thick as your thumb, its surface rough and warm to the touch. It glows from within, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. The light is the color of sunset, orange fading to red at the core. Small rootlets branch off into the surrounding earth, drinking nutrients from the ancient oak. You can feel the magic in it, a gentle warmth radiating outward. This is what Brom needs. This is what will keep the elder warm through winter. You dampen one of Brom's cloths in your water skin, wringing it out until it's moist, but not dripping. Then you begin the delicate work of excavation. You use the small spade to carefully dig around the root, working in a circle about 6 inches out from the main stem. The soil is loamy and smells incredibly rich, dark and fertile. You dig slowly, methodically. Each scoop of soil is placed carefully to the side. The work is meditative. There's no rush, no danger, just you and the forest and this careful task. You dig down, following the root's length. It goes deeper than you expected. 6 inches, 8 inches, 10 inches. Finally, you reach the taproot, the main connection to the deeper earth. It's thinner here, about as thick as your little finger. This is the critical moment. You position the harvesting knife carefully, finding the right angle. You need one clean cut. A jagged cut will damage the root's ability to store heat. You take a breath, steady your hand, and cut. The blade slices through cleanly. The root comes free, still glowing warmly in your palm. Perfect. You immediately wrap it in the damp cloth, securing the bundle. The moisture will keep the root fresh until Brom can process it. You place it carefully in your pack, padding it with spare clothing so it won't get jostled. 1 down, 2 to go. You sit back for a moment, flexing your fingers. They're stiff from the careful work. You take a sip of water from your water skin, breathing deeply. The forest watches peacefully. A bird calls somewhere high above, a clear, melodious sound. Another bird answers from across the grove. You're preparing to leave the first grove, gathering your tools when you hear it. Pop, the distinctive sound of teleportation magic. Air being displaced suddenly. You freeze, hand moving instinctively toward your weapon, not drawing, just ready. Pop, closer now, maybe 20 feet away. Then a soft sound. something between a growl and a playful bark. Not threatening, curious. You turn slowly, keeping your movements calm and non-threatening. Sitting on a fallen log 10 feet away is a dog. But not just any dog. Even at first glance, you can tell this is something special. Its fur is golden brown and shimmers slightly, as if lit from within by gentle sunlight. The fur seems to shift colors as it moves, catching the light. Its ears are large and expressive, swiveling independently toward every sound. Right now, they're pointed directly at you. Its tail wags in a hypnotic rhythm, creating small currents in the air. Its eyes are bright blue, almost glowing, intelligent, and curious. This is a blink dog, a creature from the Feywild. It tilts its head at you, studying you with obvious interest. Then, pop, it vanishes in a shimmer of displaced air and reappears 5 feet to your left. It sniffs your pack with great interest, nose working furiously. It can smell the Ember Root. The magical energy attracts it. You realize immediately that this creature isn't threatening. It's curious, playful, young maybe. You make your animal handling check almost instinctively, reading its body language, the wagging tail, the relaxed posture, the play bow it drops into. This is a creature that wants to interact, not fight. You crouch down slowly, making yourself smaller and less threatening. You keep your movements smooth and predictable. Hey there, friend, I'm not going to hurt you. The dog's tail wags faster, creating a small breeze. Pop. It vanishes and appears directly in front of you, making you jump slightly despite your readiness. It's close enough that you can feel the warmth radiating from its body. Close enough to see the individual hairs in its shimmering coat. You slowly extend your hand, palm up, fingers relaxed. The universal gesture of peace. The dog sniffs your hand carefully, its nose cold and wet against your palm. It takes its time learning your scent. Then it licks your fingers once, a quick swipe of its tongue, and you feel a tiny tingle of magic. Harmless, just the residual Feywild energy in its saliva. It tickles. Good dog, you say softly. Who's a good magical dog? The dog's tail wags so hard its whole body wiggles. You reach up slowly and scratch behind its ears, finding the perfect spot. The fur is incredibly soft, softer than anything you've ever touched. It crackles with faint static electricity that makes your fingertips tingle pleasantly. The dog leans into your touch, eyes closing in bliss. Its back leg starts thumping against the ground. You've successfully passed your animal handling check. You've made a friend. You reach into your pack, careful not to disturb the wrapped Ember Root, and pull out some dried venison from your rations. It's tough and heavily salted, meant for long journeys. The dog's eyes lock onto the meat with absolute laser focus. Its ears perk forward. A tiny thread of drool appears at the corner of its mouth. You hold the meat out. Here you go, friend. The dog takes it gently from your hand, careful not to bite your fingers. Its teeth never touch your skin. It chews with evident satisfaction, tail wagging the entire time. When it's done, It licks its chops and looks at you expectantly. More. That's all I can spare right now, you tell it. I need the rest for my journey. The dog seems to understand. It sits, tail still wagging, and watches you with those intelligent blue eyes. There's something almost human in its gaze. A personality, a sense of humor. You stand, shouldering your pack carefully. I need to find 2 more roots. Want to come along? The dog barks once. A clear, affirmative sound. Yes. Then it falls into step beside you as you leave the grove, occasionally popping ahead to investigate interesting smells before teleporting back to your side. You have a companion now. With your new friend, you navigate toward the second location on Brom's map. The dog seems to know the forest intimately. It occasionally nudges you with its nose, guiding you away from muddy patches or toward easier paths. Sometimes it pops ahead and barks, indicating which way to go. It's helping, actively helping. The 2 of you make good time. The dog's presence makes the journey feel less solitary. You find yourself talking to it, explaining what you're looking for and why. The dog listens attentively, head tilted, as if it understands every word. Maybe it does. Fey creatures are known for their intelligence. After about 30 minutes of walking, the dog suddenly stops dead in its tracks. Its ears swivel forward, locked on something ahead. Its body tenses, not fear, but alertness. You stop immediately, trusting its senses. You hear it a moment later. Voices, speaking in high, chittering tones. Not common, not any language you recognize. The dog whuffs softly, a reassuring sound. Not danger, just neighbors. You move forward carefully, stepping lightly. Through the trees ahead, you see movement. Small figures, about 2 feet tall, with green skin and pointed ears. 3 of them gathered around a mushroom circle. Sprites. They're having some kind of meeting. The dog pops forward, appearing right at the edge of the clearing. The sprites look up, startled, then relax when they see the blink dog. One of them waves cheerfully. They know each other. The dog barks once, then looks back at you, as if asking permission to approach. Go ahead, you say quietly. Say hello. The dog bounds forward, and the sprites greet it with obvious affection. They pet its shimmering coat, chattering in their language. One sprite pulls out something from a tiny pouch, a treat of some kind. The dog takes it delicately and chews happily. The sprites notice you standing at the tree line. They don't seem alarmed. One waves to you. You wave back, smiling. After a minute, the dog returns to your side, and you continue your journey. The sprites watch you go, still waving. The forest is full of life, full of neighbors. You're not alone here. The second grove is different from the first. Instead of oaks, it's a cluster of massive pines surrounding a small clearing. The ground here is covered in a thick carpet of fallen needles, soft and fragrant. Every step releases the scent of pine. The northern sides of the trees are draped with hanging moss that sways gently in the breeze. You begin searching, the blink dog sniffing along beside you. Its nose is clearly more sensitive than yours. It moves from tree to tree, sniffing at the bases, checking hollows. You work together, a team. It's the dog that finds the second ember root. It stops at one of the larger pines, sniffing furiously at a point about 4 feet up the trunk. Then it barks excitedly, bouncing on its front paws. Found it. You approach, following its gaze. There, in a hollow about 4 feet up, you see the familiar orange glow. Good dog, you praise enthusiastically, scratching its ears vigorously. Who's the best magical dog? You are. Yes, you are, the dog preens, clearly pleased with itself. But now you have a problem. The hollow is too high to reach from the ground. The tree's bark is smooth, offering no easy handholds for climbing. You study the situation, thinking through your options. You could try jumping, but you'd need to grab the edge of the hollow and pull yourself up. Risky. You might fall, or worse, damage the root. You need something to stand on. You look around the clearing and spot what you need. A fallen log, about 3 feet long and reasonably straight. Not too heavy. You walk over and test it with your foot. Solid, not rotted, perfect. You drag it over to the tree, the dog watching with apparent interest. You position the log vertically against the trunk, testing its stability. It wobbles slightly. You adjust it, finding the right angle where it sits firmly. Then you test it with your weight, pressing down with 1 foot. It holds. You climb onto the log carefully, using the tree trunk for balance. Your hand finds purchase in the rough bark. The log holds steady beneath you. You reach up and grab the lower branch above the hollow. Your fingers find good grip in the textured bark. You pull yourself up, muscles working smoothly. You're in good shape from your travels. This is manageable. Standing on the branch, you can easily reach the hollow. The ember root glows inside. This one's slightly larger than the first. Beautiful, but there's a complication. The hollow is occupied. A small creature peers out at you from the depths of the hollow. It's about the size of your hand, with bark-like skin that blends perfectly with the tree. Its arms and legs are made of tiny twigs, articulated like joints. Its eyes are bright and seed-like, curious rather than hostile. A twig blight, but a juvenile one, harmless, more curious than aggressive. "Hello, little one," you say softly, keeping your voice gentle and non-threatening. "I need to get that root. Will you let me?" The twig blight tilts its head, considering. It chirps at you, a sound exactly like rustling leaves. Then it seems to make a decision. It scurries up the inside of the hollow with surprising speed, clinging to the top like a spider. It watches you with those bright seed eyes, but it doesn't attack or flee. It's allowing you to work. "Thank you," you say, genuinely grateful. The forest's creatures are cooperating with you. That's a gift. You carefully excavate the second root, following the same process as before. Dampen the cloth. Dig carefully around the root. Follow it down to the taproot. Make one clean cut. The whole time, the twig blight watches with apparent fascination. Its head follows your movements like it's learning. When you're done, you have an idea. You reach into your pack and pull out a piece of dried fruit an apple slice, sweet and chewy. You place it carefully in the hollow as payment. "Thank you for sharing your home," you tell the little creature. The twig blight chitters happily, a sound like wind through dry leaves. It scurries down and grabs the fruit with both twig hands, clutching it to its chest. It looks almost joyful. You climb down carefully, wrapping the second root and securing it with the first. 2 down, 1 to go. The weight in your pack feels satisfying, productive. The blink dog is waiting at the base of the tree. When you look up, you realize it climbed up somehow. It's sitting on the branch you just vacated, tail hanging down, looking smug. You didn't see it climb. It must have teleported up to watch the whole process. It pops down in a shimmer of light, appearing beside you. It barks once, and you're starting to understand its language. That bark meant well done. High praise from a magical dog. You check your water skin, about half full, enough for the rest of the journey. You consult Brom's map again. The third grove is the farthest, requiring another 30 to 40 minutes of walking. The standing stone covered in moss is the landmark. The sun is higher now, approaching afternoon, but you have plenty of time. You set off with your companion, moving deeper into the whispering pines. The forest grows denser here. The trees are even more ancient, their trunks gnarled and twisted with age. Some have grown into strange shapes, bent by centuries of wind or twisted around each other in slow motion embraces. The canopy is so thick that the light is dim and green, like being underwater. You notice the undergrowth is thicker here too. Ferns grow in massive clusters, their fronds as tall as your waist. Vines hang from branches, swaying gently. The air is noticeably cooler and damper. You're heading toward water. You can smell it. The blink dog suddenly stops, about 10 minutes into this leg of the journey. Its ears perk forward, its body tenses. It growls softly, but not playfully this time. This is alert, warning. You freeze immediately, trusting its senses. You scan the path ahead, looking for danger. Then you see it. Blocking the path ahead is a massive spider web, stretched between 2 trees. The web is beautiful, intricate, easily 8 feet across. The silk catches the light, gleaming like silver thread. In the center of the web sits a spider the size of a dinner plate. Large, but you can tell by its behavior that this isn't a giant spider. It's just a very large, mundane spider. Old, patient. It's not even paying attention to you. It's focused on a small fly struggling in the web. The dog looks at you, then at the web, then back at you. It could easily teleport past the obstruction, but you can't. And destroying the web would be cruel. The spider has done nothing wrong. It's just living its life, hunting for food. This is its home. You study the terrain, looking for alternatives. The web blocks the main path completely. On the left side, there's a steep drop, only about 6 feet, but the ground below is muddy and covered with exposed roots, potentially treacherous. You could slide, twist an ankle. On the right side, dense undergrowth filled with thorns. You'd get shredded. You choose a third option, problem solving, You pull out a long stick from the forest floor, testing its strength. Solid, about 6 feet long. Perfect. You approach the web carefully, moving slowly so as not to startle the spider. It notices you now, turning to watch with multiple black eyes. You stop about 3 feet away, showing respect. "I just need to pass," you tell it quietly. "I won't hurt your home." The spider watches, motionless. You take that as permission. You carefully insert the stick under the lower edge of the web, then begin to lift. Slowly, very slowly. The silk is sticky but strong. The web rises, creating a gap underneath. The spider stays in the center, riding the movement like a sailor on a gently rolling ship. When the gap is large enough, you drop to your belly and begin to crawl underneath. The ground is soft with moss and fallen leaves. You move with agonizing slowness, careful not to jostle the web or bump into the supporting strands. The spider watches your progress, but it doesn't attack. It seems to understand you're being respectful. You emerge on the other side, brushing dirt and leaves from your clothes. You carefully lower the web back to its original position, removing the stick. The web settles back perfectly. The spider returns to its meal, apparently satisfied you're not a threat to its territory. The blink dog pops through in a shimmer of light, appearing beside you. You could swear it looks impressed. It bumps its head against your leg affectionately. "Good job." You continue on, feeling good about that interaction. You could have destroyed the web. Many adventurers would have, but you chose the harder path that harmed nothing. The forest notices these things. After another 20 minutes, you hear it. Water. Not a stream this time, something larger. The sound is different, fuller, deeper. You push through a screen of hanging vines and find yourself at the edge of the most beautiful place you've seen all day. The third grove surrounds a small pool of water, fed by a waterfall trickling down a moss-covered rock face. The waterfall is maybe 10 feet high, not huge, but the sound is musical. The water splashes over rocks, creating a constant, soothing melody. The pool itself is perfectly clear. You can see all the way to the bottom, maybe 5 feet down. Smooth stones line the bottom, covered in soft algae. The ancient trees ring the pool like guardians. Their roots are visible, massive and gnarled, drinking from the water's edge. The air here feels different, charged, not dangerous, but powerful, sacred. This is a holy place. You feel it instinctively. You approach the pool carefully, respectfully. You have the sense that you should remove your boots here. You do, setting them aside. The moss feels incredible under your bare feet, soft and cool. The ember root grows here, you're certain, but where? The first two were in obvious hollows. This grove is different, more open. Where would the root grow? The blink dog walks to the edge of the pool and sits, staring at the water pointedly. Its blue eyes are locked on something beneath the surface. You follow its gaze. There, beneath the surface, growing from a submerged tree root, is the third ember root. Its glow illuminates the water from below, creating dancing patterns of orange light on the surface and on the surrounding stones. It's beautiful, magical, but you'll have to get wet to retrieve it. You remove your belt and your outer tunic, setting them carefully with your boots. The Blink dog watches with what seems like amusement, tail wagging slowly. You wade into the pool. The water is shockingly cold, making you gasp. Your legs go numb almost immediately, but the charm around your neck helps. It keeps your core warm even as your extremities protest the temperature. The bottom is smooth beneath your feet. The stones slick with algae, but not dangerously so. The pool is about 4 feet deep at its center. You take a series of deep breaths, preparing yourself. Then you duck under the surface, opening your eyes in the crystal clear water. The underwater world is beautiful. Small fish swim nearby, silver and gold. Aquatic plants wave gently in the current, and there, growing from a massive submerged root, is the third Ember Root, larger than the other two, glowing brilliantly in the dim underwater light. You use the knife to cut it free, working carefully even though your lungs are beginning to burn. The blade slices through the taproot cleanly. You grab the root, wrapping it in the cloth even before you surface. The water makes everything harder, but you manage. Your lungs are screaming now. You push up toward the surface, breaking through with a gasp. Air floods your lungs, sweet and cold. You hold the wrapped root above the water triumphantly, wading back to shore. The Blink dog barks excitedly, jumping around at the water's edge. You emerge, shivering but successful. You dry off as best you can with a cloth from your pack, then dress quickly. The charm helps, radiating warmth through your chest. 3 roots, all intact, all glowing warmly through their wrappings. Quest complete. You feel a surge of satisfaction and accomplishment. You've done good work today. The Blink dog appears beside you with something in its mouth, a dry stick about 2 feet long. It drops it at your feet and backs up, assuming a play bow. Its tail wags frantically. Its eyes are bright with excitement. You want to play fetch, you ask, laughing. Now, I'm wet and cold. The dog barks insistently. One bark, then another. The universal sound of yes, now, please. You can't resist. How could you? You pick up the stick and throw it into the grove. The dog explodes into motion. Pop. It teleports after the stick, appearing midair to catch it before it even starts to fall. It lands gracefully, the stick in its mouth, and races back to you. You spend the next 20 minutes playing fetch with a magical dog in a sacred grove, while your clothes dry in the dappled sunlight. It's possibly the most whimsical thing you've ever done, the most joyful. The dog is creative with its teleportation. Sometimes it appears in increasingly absurd locations just to show off. On top of a boulder, hanging upside down from a branch. Once it pops into existence underwater in the pool, catching the stick mid-splash. You laugh until your sides hurt. The sound echoes through the grove, joyful and free. When was the last time you laughed like this? Really laughed? You can't remember. Finally, you call an end to the game. The sun is lower now, though still hours from sunset. but you want to get back to the village. Return the roots to Brom while they're still fresh. You kneel down, and the dog comes close. It sits in front of you, panting slightly, tail still wagging. You place both hands on either side of its head, scratching behind its ears one last time. "Thank you for helping me today," you tell it seriously. "You're a very good dog, the best dog. I'm grateful for your company." The dog seems to understand. It leans forward and licks your face once, a wet swipe from chin to forehead. You taste Feywild magic on your lips, sweet and tingling. Then the dog steps back. Pop. It vanishes with a final happy bark that echoes through the sacred grove like a benediction. You sit there for a moment longer, smiling at the empty space where your friend was. Then you gather your gear, check your pack one final time, and begin the journey back to High Hearth. The roots sit safely in your pack, warm and glowing. Mission accomplished. The walk back feels different. The forest seems friendlier now. You know the path. You recognize landmarks, that twisted tree, that cluster of blue mushrooms, the stream where you drank earlier. You stop there again, refilling your water skin one final time, washing the mud from your hands and face. The forest seems to approve of you. Birds call cheerfully as you pass. A family of rabbits watches you from the safety of their burrow. You spot the fox again, the same one from earlier. It watches you with bright, intelligent eyes. When you wave, it flicks its tail once, then disappears into the undergrowth. As you near the forest's edge, you pass the shrine to Sylvanus again. You stop, feeling it's important. You pull out a copper piece and one of the wildflowers growing near the path. You place them carefully at the base of the shrine. "Thank you for your hospitality," you say quietly. "Thank you for the safe passage. Thank you for the friends I made." The shrine doesn't answer, but you feel warmth spread through your chest. Approval, blessing. The forest is pleased. The village comes into view as you emerge from the tree line. High Hearth looks golden in the late afternoon light. Smoke rises from every chimney. The sound of voices and activity carries on the breeze. Children playing, someone hammering at the forge, a dog barking, a normal dog this time. Home, or as close to home as you've had in a long time. You walk through the village, and people nod to you as you pass. They recognize you now. The hero who fixed the steam vents. The adventurer staying at the Steam and Stein. You're becoming part of the community. Brom is waiting at the forge, sitting on a stool, drinking from a water skin. His face is red from the heat of the forge. He sees you approach and stands, setting down the skin. His expression is expectant. You carefully unwrap the Ember Roots one by one, presenting them for inspection. Brom picks up each root, examining it with a critical eye. He sniffs them deeply, holds them up to the light streaming through the forge opening, even taps them gently with a scarred fingernail to hear the sound they make. "High quality," he finally says, and you hear genuine approval in his gravelly voice. Dirt's still fresh on them. Roots are intact, no damage to the cortex or inner structures. This is professional work. You've done this before. First time, you admit honestly. I just took my time like you said. That's the secret right there, Brom says, nodding slowly. His beard rings clink together with the movement. Patience. Most adventurers rush everything, break more than they fix, come storming in here demanding quick work, quick results. You understood. You listened. He carries the roots to his workbench with reverent care. Watch. I'll show you how this is done. It's not often I get to teach someone who actually wants to learn. You're genuinely grateful for the lesson. Brom washes each root carefully in a stone basin filled with clean water. He handles them gently, almost lovingly. Then he produces a specialized grater, a tool you've never seen before. It's made of some kind of crystal, rough-surfaced but precise. He grates the roots carefully, reducing them to a thick orange paste. The paste glows brilliantly, more intensely than the whole roots. It illuminates his weathered face from below, making him look almost mystical. The smell is incredible, sharp and warm, like cinnamon mixed with forge smoke and something else, something magical. This paste, Brom explains as he works, will stay warm for years, decades, if the lantern is well maintained and the seal holds. The elder will feel like she's sitting by a hearth, even in the depths of winter. Even when the snow is 5 feet deep and the wind is howling. He works the glowing paste into the core of a lantern. You recognize it now, the beautiful piece of ironwork you saw this morning, decorated with scrolling vines and tiny hammered leaves. Each leaf is perfect, detailed. This is a master's work. He seals the paste inside with a fitted cap, tightening it with careful precision. Then he speaks a brief prayer in Dwarvish. You don't understand the words, but you feel the power in them. A blessing, a consecration. The lantern ignites with steady, gentle light. Warm and golden, perfect. She'll love it, you say softly. She better, Brom mutters. But there's no real gruffness in his tone. Took me 3 days to get those leaves right. Had to remake them twice. Then he turns to a small anvil in the corner of the forge. Your turn now, he says, held up my end of the bargain. Time to hold up mine. He pulls out a small piece of silver from a locked drawer. Pure silver, bright and untarnished. He places it in a tiny crucible and sets it over a small forge. You watch as the silver heats, glowing first red, then orange, then white hot. He pours it carefully into a tiny mold, one he must have prepared earlier. The silver hisses and smokes. He waits exactly 30 seconds, counting under his breath in Dwarvish. Then he plunges the mold into a basin of oil. The hiss is deafening, and steam billows up. He pulls it out, still steaming, and extracts the piece with tongs. It's rough still, unfinished. He takes it to his workbench and begins polishing with a series of progressively finer cloths. You watch as the rough casting transforms into something beautiful. When he's finished, he blows away the last traces of polishing compound and tosses the result to you. You catch it, surprised by how light it is. It's still warm from the forging process. It's a charm of warmth, a silver pendant shaped like a stylized flame, all curves and flowing lines. It hangs from a delicate chain, each link perfectly formed. The craftsmanship is exquisite. This is worth more than the roots you brought him. Much more. Brom, this is too much, you start to say. Put it on, he interrupts gruffly. See if it works before you argue. You put it on immediately, tucking it beneath your shirt so it rests against your skin. The effect is immediate. Gentle heat spreads through your chest, radiating outward. Not overwhelming or uncomfortable, just perfect, like sitting next to a warm fire on a cold day, like being wrapped in a blanket fresh from the drying line. It gives you resistance to cold damage, technically, Brom explains. Game mechanics and all that. But mostly, it just feels like a hot mug of tea against your chest. Comfort, safety, warmth when you need it most. Thank you, Brom, you say, and you mean it with your whole heart. This is wonderful. Well. The dwarf turns back to his forge, but you catch the pleased smile hidden in his beard. Don't be a stranger now. High Hearth needs people like you. People who help instead of just taking. People who show respect to spiders and feed blink dogs and thank little tree creatures. The forest talks, you know. Word gets around. You're touched by that, more than you expect it to be. I'll come back, you promise. Good, Brom says simply. You leave the forge feeling accomplished and grateful. The sun is setting now, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink and deep purple. The temperature is dropping, but you barely notice. The charm keeps you comfortable. You walk back through the village slowly, savoring the evening. The market is closing for the day. Merchants are packing up their wares, calling goodbyes to each other. You stop at a bread stall run by a cheerful halfling woman with flour dusted through her hair like snow. Still have anything left, you ask. For you, always, she says warmly. She wraps a small herb loaf in cloth and hands it to you. It's still warm from the oven. And here, she adds an extra roll for the hero who fixed the vents. My daughter works in the laundry below the inn. You kept her safe. You try to pay full price, but she refuses to take more than a few coppers. Heroes eat at a discount in High Hearth, she says firmly. The village square has a different energy in the evening. Peaceful, settling. You see families heading home, parents calling children in for dinner. Smoke rises from every chimney, carrying the sense of cooking meals. Somewhere nearby, someone is playing a fiddle, a slow, sweet melody that speaks of home and hearth and safety. You tear off a piece of the herb bread as you walk, eating it slowly. It's buttery and savory, flecked with rosemary and thyme and black pepper. Perfect. You've never tasted bread this good. Maybe it's better because you earned it, because you helped people today. You enter the Steam and Stein as the last light fades from the sky. The common room is lively now, filled with the evening crowd, but not overwhelmingly so. The fire roars in the massive hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls. Someone is playing a lute in the corner, singing a folk song about a clever rogue and a cursed treasure. Finnegan is there, sitting on top of the bar, his small legs swinging. He's holding court with a small crowd, entertaining them with an elaborate story. You catch the tail end of it, and that's how I definitely didn't almost burn down a tavern in Waterdeep. The crowd laughs. He spots you and waves enthusiastically with both hands. The hero returns. Come, sit. Let me buy you a drink. I insist. You make your way through the crowd, accepting pats on the back and words of thanks. The smith's apprentice thanks you for the help yesterday. A washerwoman says her son works safer now. An elderly man nods respectfully. You're part of this community now. You join Finnegan at a table near the fire, one with a good view of the room and comfortable chairs. Oren brings you a drink without being asked. He's already learning your preferences. A dark stout this time, rich and foamy. You take a long drink, feeling the day's work melt away. It tastes of chocolate and coffee and contentment. So, Finnegan says, leaning forward with obvious interest, how was your adventure? Did you find what you needed? I did, you tell him, and you launch into the story. The 3 groves, the delicate work of harvesting, the twig blight that watched you work, the spider web you crawled under. Finnegan listens raptly, his eyes wide. And then I met a blink dog, you say, and Finnegan actually gasps. A real blink dog from the Feywild, a real one, you confirm. We played fetch. Finnegan laughs delightedly. You played fetch with a blink dog. That's the most wholesome thing I've heard all week. I love it. He regales you with his own news. He's already taking custom orders from half the village. Lady Moonwhisper wants a cake for her daughter's birthday. Brom wants meat pies for his forge workers. The innkeeper 2 villages over wants to stock his pastries. I'm thinking about specializing in adventurer rations, Finnegan says excitedly. You know, travel-friendly pastries that actually taste good. None of that hardtack nonsense. Something that won't go stale in a week, but doesn't taste like sawdust either. That's brilliant, you say. I'd buy those. Every adventurer would. You spend the next hour just talking with Finnegan, laughing, watching the fire. He tells you about his adventuring days. The close calls with dragons. The time he accidentally picked the pocket of an archmage. The treasure vault that turned out to be full of mimics. That's when I decided to retire, he admits. I got tired of nearly dying every other week. I wanted to wake up and know I'd see another sunrise. So I came here, found a different kind of life. You understand completely. Maybe that's what you're looking for too. Not running from your past, but running towards something better. A place where the stakes are small but meaningful. Where helping people matters. The charm around your neck radiates gentle warmth. Your pack sits beside you, empty now, except for Brom's tools and memories of the forest. You think about the blink dog playing in the sacred grove. You think about the twig blight clutching its apple with tiny twig hands. You think about the spider watching you crawl beneath its web without destroying its home. You think about the look on the elder's face tomorrow when Brom delivers her warming lantern. You realize something important. You haven't thought about your dark past all day. No nightmares haunting your waking hours. No anxiety about the distant, big, bad, evil guy or the doom of the world. Just this moment, this warmth, this belonging. Here in High Hearth, the stakes are small, but they matter. A warm lantern for an elderly woman with cold bones. A charm to keep you safe in winter. A dog that needed someone to play with. These things matter. These things are worth doing. Finnegan is called away by another customer wanting to hear his stories. You sit alone by the fire, nursing your drink. The room buzzes with comfortable conversation around you. Someone laughs. The lute player starts a new song. The fire crackles and pops, sending sparks up the chimney. You touch the warm silver charm at your neck, feeling its gentle heat. You look around the room, at Orin behind the bar, polishing glasses with a cloth. At the villagers enjoying their evening. At the warm golden light spilling from the hearth. This is good. This is right. Eventually, your eyelids grow heavy. The warmth, the full belly from bread and stout, the comfortable weight of a good day well spent. It all settles over you like a blanket. Orin catches your eye from behind the bar and nods toward the stairs. He understands. He always seems to understand. You say goodnight to Finnegan, who waves enthusiastically and promises to save you a pastry for breakfast. You climb the stairs slowly, one hand on the smooth wooden banister. Each step feels easy, natural, right, back to room 1. Back to the bare fur rug and the lavender-scented quilts. You remove your boots, lining them up neatly by the door. You unbuckle your belt, setting it on the chair. You remove your outer clothes, hanging them on the peg. The charm stays around your neck. You'll sleep with it on. The warmth is comforting. You wash your face in the basin. The water is cold, but refreshing. You look at yourself in the small mirror above the washstand. You look different somehow. More rested, more at peace. The shadows under your eyes are lighter. Your expression is softer. You slide between the quilts, feeling them settle around you like a cocoon. The charm rests warm against your chest. Through the window, you can see stars beginning to appear, bright and clear in the mountain air. Somewhere outside, you hear an owl calling. Another answers from across the valley. You think about tomorrow. Maybe you'll help deliver the lantern to the elder. Maybe you'll explore more of the village. Maybe you'll just rest. There's no urgency here, no quest timer counting down. No world-ending threat that requires your immediate attention. You're safe, you're warm, you're home. Sleep comes easily, deep, and dreamless. The kind of sleep that actually restores you. The kind of sleep where you wake up feeling like yourself again. The forest remembers you. The blink dog remembers you. High Hearth remembers you. And tomorrow, there will be fresh pastries and new adventures, and more moments of simple, perfect peace. Good night, adventurer. Sleep well, you've earned it.